Okay, well, I think we can move on. I think I used the Mimic Tier on one fight in Elden Ring, and this is pre-Mimic Tier nerf. It got nerfed. It's probably still the best, but I think I used it on just a... Well, one is a shit fight. That seems to be the common thing for me. If it's a shit fight, I'm willing to test the system I never used once, and it was the fucking stone gargoyles, man. I'm like, let's get that fucker churning, man, because that fight was fucking pure cheeks, dude. It's such a shit fight. It's another one of those like guerrilla tactics fights where you have to just slowly chip away at these fucking ridiculous enemies flying across the screen, doing like huge AoEs non-stop, lingering AoE pulls. I whipped out the Mimic, dude, and just fucking cranked him, man. The Mimic was OP as fuck. We go up or down? I think we went up. Well, look who fucking came out of their cave. One-shotting the clone boss fight. Yeah. That's the thing about Elden Ring, is there are boss fights and mini boss fights where you can summon something and it will solo the fight for you, dude. Yeah, you did. It was all you, bro. Yeah, the Mimic took over. The real you died that day. Been a Mimic ever since. The best way to beat that fight, even though it's not that hard, is to just take off your weapon. Because then the Mimic has no fucking weapon. Pretty funny. My strat with the Mimic tier is I think there was a special thing you could equip that was like a negative for you, really, but with the Mimic, it didn't really have that negative. So you equip it, and then swap it back off after you summon the Mimic, and I can't remember what it was. It was some amulet. But yeah, that increased the damage pretty good. At very little cost. I can't even see these motherfuckers. Thank God they don't do much damage. Why is this level still going, really? Maybe it is the final level. Don't need any confirmation, of course. Quite the lengthy one. Not my favorite level, I'd say, either. It's been okay, but aesthetically it's kind of gotten a little dull, and some of the layouts are kind of looking for maybe a little more spice at this point. But it is what it is. Anything else over here? There's 2 paths down. I feel like I'm in an Elden Ring catacomb. It's not a feeling I need to have more of. The cat statue, this time with sword. This time with friend. Yeah, that was one of the negatives of Elden Ring. As if you're a 100% gamer. No warnings necessary. It'll be alright. If there's any kind of like spoilery thing that's gonna fuck up the ending, go to he's got the pass right now. He's got it under control. I appreciate it though. But it's just safer that way. That way, if you know there's anybody else in the chat who is not so respectful, they don't start spoiling everything because they see, you know, that everybody's got a pass or something. It's just more controlled. I appreciate it though. I do. It should be all good. I'm also pretty exhausted when it comes to exploring, so no problem there. the cat boss fight. But yeah, that was one of the problems with Elden Ring was if you're like a 100% gamer, it could get a little repetitive in terms of the side content. I think there's still a really awesome amount of like cool side content, huge areas and bosses to find, but some of the aesthetics and stuff kind of get a little old. I think overall, yeah, they're fine. They all are at least unique. They don't feel like, you know, Bloodborne Chalice dungeons or something. But yeah, the bosses are pretty whatever. When they're piss easy, at least that's fine, but you're just in and out. But it'd be cool to have something a little juicier. You also get like wildly overpowered in that game, and while some of the final fights still give you a little run for your money, most catacombs things don't even get close. I appreciate that. Yeah, you don't need to bother. I appreciate it. It's all good. I don't mind discussing everything, but we'll wait to see what happens when we get there. These areas all look the same. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, the bosses are just a little whatever. It's funny in Elden Ring, I feel like one of your best bosses to learn, who then becomes a complete pushover because of your stats, is the knight. What was his name? He's in the first like void prison thing. He's a really fun fight to learn. He's got spectacle. You can do like jumping against him. And he's got a cool attack pattern. He's tough in the beginning when they first have him. He's got like cool patterns to learn and shit. Really neat fight, but yeah, you just fight him too much and then he becomes really easy later. I mean, they put in the spear version of him and stuff, I guess. But... Crucible Knight, yeah, there you go. That was a fun one. So you'd kind of hope like most fights would be like that in the catacombs and stuff, but they just ain't. But I don't know, the sheer scale, and that there is over like 100 fucking hours of like pretty solid content in that, and some of it pretty great. Kind of, it helps Elden Ring feel like really good game, but still on the bottom, not the bottom, but bottom 3 FromSoft Souls likes for me though. Because stuff like Bloodborne and Sekiro, they just don't have those issues. It's like, while Elden Ring's still really good, those games are just kind of like, they barely have problems. my best. Estelle too. Honestly. Oh wait, yeah. Oh yeah. That's one of like the shittiest boss fights, dude. And not because the fight itself is bad, but because it really, they should not. If you're gonna start reusing content that's that significant, that was that unique in the first place, and you're gonna reuse it for just a random fucking like dungeon and cheapen the original fight, and possibly be the first, or cheapen the like the actual fight because you haven't done it yet, maybe. You need to just fucking cut some of that content, man. And the thing is, they still did rush some stuff, it feels like, right? Like everything after the capital feels kind of weak. Maybe not Farum Masula or whatever the fuck as much, but the mountains and all that, like those kind of sucked. So I don't know. It was one of those deals where it's like, yeah, the drop off. I remember that. Because it feels like a godly game. I mean, we called it a like miracle game for part of that playthrough, but it has that drop off, man. It doesn't mean that the parts that are great aren't great. That it's overall a very worthy experience of your time. But oh, I killed the Jester. Yeah, I've killed every major enemy I've seen. But yeah, it's a shame. It's just kind of part of it. It comes with the territory, I guess, of giant open world games. Just a little tightening. Like, the sheer scale of the game and the vistas and how much actual cool shit is really awesome. And if you just ignore some of the side content, you might never run into that issue. But it just, if you do everything, it just has enough of that bullshit. And some of that, you know, I would have preferred they cut some of that. Maybe made a couple areas a little smaller and then just tightened up the snow bits. All that again is painful. Yeah, if I did a full replay, going through all the catacombs again, they're a cool one-time thing, but I don't know if I'd want to full do it. Problem is, if you do everything as well, it does make a lot of things like kind of easy. I think Radagon still ended up being pretty tough, which is nice. But people have like issues with the two skin guys, the God skin duo. I completely obliterated that in like 5 seconds. No retries. That's why I was always surprised that people said that was a tough one. I just was fucking that leveled, man. It just didn't even fucking matter. So it was just like, so it's like you're doing all this side content and stuff, and then like when you get to the main shit, you kind of toast it. Which it's like, yeah, that's bound to happen. But in something like Dark Souls, it's a little tighter because there's just less side shit to do. Oh, spoilies. I'm running around talking right now. Apologies if I'm frustrating to watch. I'm just kind of chit-chatting. Thank you though. Yeah, no hard feelings or anything. There's a quick purge. Just protecting my playthrough. I know there's no nobody's being malicious or anything. I'm just double checking these areas. Yeah, I'm looking forward to the DLC for Elden Ring. Is anybody going to be playing the expansion? I'm actually going to play it on PC probably, I think the plan was, I played it on Xbox One originally, and the performance isn't really good, and there's like mechanics that aren't in the game. Like the skulls on the ground. I watched Godo play, and like, oh, no problem, oh. I appreciate that. Oh, thanks for being a good sport about it. Sometimes people get purged and I never see them again, but it's no hard feelings, it's just, you know, preserving the integrity of the playthrough. Oh, there's that fucker right here. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, you probably meant this jester. Yeah, no, I haven't killed this one yet. He's right here. But yeah, the skulls didn't even exist in the Xbox One version. Because I was watching Godo and I was like, what are these skulls on the ground? Oh no, you're good. I mean, it was one of those that even if it was a spoil, I didn't realize it because I didn't know you existed. The skulls on the ground, the ones you break and the, like, little soul consumables come out, those just don't exist on Xbox One. Just straight up. I watched that shit and I was like, is this guy like fucking like hacking or something? I was like, what the fuck is going on, dude? They're not on Xbox One, yeah. I guess it's just too much performance hit. I was just like, okay. I watched Godo play, I was like, I've never seen it before. So they just don't exist, so. The plan is, you know, if Godo doesn't hate me by then or anything, that, I know, I'm gonna finish talking before I fight this guy. This guy's serious shit. But I'll probably just copy his save file, respec myself to what I had on Xbox, and just roll from there for the expansion. Because I don't want to play on Xbox again. Assuming Godo has all my armor. I think I was just using fucking, just high-ass fucking armor. Like tanky shit. Jesus. Look at that fucking tracking, man. This guy's spatial awareness. Legendary stuff. I'm gonna finish him like a human, a puppet human. My bare hands. Die. Really? That's it? I guess that was some souls. Oh, you're good, oh. No, I mean, you're totally fine. It's been totally fine. A little insurance, it's no problem. I'm not like that hard up. I don't think there's anything else in, well, there's that side, but this area, everything looks so samey. It was like the train area. Oh no, not the train area, the arcade. I was like, dude, everything looks the same in this place. But yeah. What'd you say? You're missing a single bow? Was it the pot bow? No, we told you about the pot bow. Yeah, cool. I think I was using the Crucible, the Great Erd Tree armor or something. And claws. Oh man, I loved the claws, dude. Jesus. Oh was a claw fucking slut. Oh, okay, I gotcha. They probably, I think they nerfed bleed a bit, but I don't care, dude. Love me some claws. Got the Wolverine thing going on. I used the Stormveil armor for a while. Oh yeah, I forgot I was backseat on that one. And the Stormveil, the cool thing about the Stormveil, the helmet, one of them, is it has like hair, like a mane, and it gets covered in blood, and it's like totally drenched. It looks really cool with the claws because you're just fucking bleeding the fuck out of everything. The only problem with the claws is there's like no skills for it, and I really hated that about it. The game is so fucking sword centric, man. I mean, Souls games usually are. Like, if you're a sword fan, you're eating fucking good. Because they usually are like 80% fucking swords and then a few fucking clubs and spears and shit like that, right? But I feel like Elden Ring was even more so. Super fucking sword heavy. And not just the amount of them, but that most skills that you could equip, like, most worked for sword, but they did not work for, like, claws had like the generics pretty much. Alright, what is up here? Let's see. Where the fuck are we going? So foggy. Things running together. I think I'm supposed to be up top. At least we know for sure I've gotten everything. Swap to Moonveil. Moonveil. Oh, I appreciate it. I'm alright though. I'm a very stubborn soul. If anything, being lost in here for a bit, make sure I don't miss any items. Not that I suppose I need many. Yeah, let's go back upstairs. Pretty sure I saw the exit near the Jester guy. Just been talking so much that I lost my bearings. There we go. Kind of odd to have a Jester puppet here. Oh, it's definitely a maze, yeah. Oh. The Labyrinthian. I wanted to grab that. Oh, now we're back up here. I could go back and heal, but I'd rather just see if we can get farther in. There we go. I don't want to refight any of these. Oh, jeez, it's not this guy. The Jumpsman. Have to take a rain check, buddy. See you soon, though. Give me a nice little shortcut and I'll go back for him. There, he's got some serious fucking runbacks, man. There. This is an alchemist. Oh, I killed one over there. Killed him in like 2 seconds though. Oh, great. This is useless, might as well use it. Might be just a little less than useless. I want to go back for the big guy. Christ, man. Found the checkpoint. Did mention that earlier too. I do think this game over relies on traps. Its level design. I get it. If you don't get the budget for anything spicier, just put a bunch of traps. It's better than just having them sit there, I guess. But well, it's predictable that they're going to, like, do the trap thing all the time. But I mean, I gotta get it either way, right? And even if you could say it's not predictable, it's repetitive to a certain extent. Alright, let's go backwards now. It's not like annoyingly repetitive, but I just think it'd be a little more exciting if they spiced it up. Maybe like a trap, you know? Something like a mimic, you know, that's like a way to mix up your traps instead of just having dudes around corners or shooting you from goofy areas. I mean, that one where you fall down and get insta-killed, maybe if you had like any chance to get out of it, that'd be a good one. I didn't even really hate the idea of that one. I mean, I guess you have to dodge his like insane tracking hat, but I already had like no health, so. You can't guard that direction. I'll be really excited for this one. This one's good. But I think with even more confidence and budget to really spice up their level design and enemy variety. Like, I feel like they got the right ideas most of the time. It's a good thing we came back for him. You remember that place in Elden Ring where you're supposed to fall like 100 miles down a tower and it doesn't hurt you? What if you did that anywhere else it would hurt you? And there's no special magic or wind or anything to make it seem any different. You guys remember that? That was such a fucking goofy ass moment. I mean, the idea where they're like something would magically break and you'd just fall, I like. But that you have to like keep doing it after it's already like happened once and there's no like wind thing at the bottom. Like, why not just put a wind thing at the bottom, like a one way? I guess they don't have those, but it's just kind of a funny, goofy thing. It just reminded me of this, like falling down and shit. I should go heal. It's not a big run back here. Song's still going too. I mean, we've been in here an hour or two, right? This is probably the longest area. It's the only one of the only ones with like a song. It's kind of, it's not even that great of a song, really. Put on the puppet killer thing. I feel like the next boss is not going to be a puppet. We have to still fight that guy's sister. There's a human. Let me know if the alchemists count as humans. I feel like they would. But they're not really humans anymore. he's just spraying, man. I'm surprised I fucking pulled that like fucking turn off there on the right. That's the only way I could see this working. He's just spraying his fucking juice on me, dude. I mean, if he gets it off, it instantly kills me, so. Just keep spraying, bro. Look off the edge. What? Oh yeah, I mean it's a cool big tower, sure. There's not many like active elements in it or anything, right? But like it's a cool little vista visual thing. I feel like the actual grind up here feels almost like a kind of JRPG finale, but yeah, it's cool that it is this kind of build up that you physically run all the way to from the desert. I like that about it, but I mean it is also just like one area, but I agree. I'm not saying the game doesn't have visuals or anything exciting going on there, but I think we want to drop down there. And generally, like, there's not any events that are gonna happen or any mix-ups. It's mostly you just gonna be crawling place to place, busting ass. And, that's cool. No visuals. What? I never said no visuals. I don't think it's visually as like interesting. It doesn't have those moments where you're like, whoa, wow, I'm just really interested in this place. I want to learn about it. It has like a nice little idea for a setting and places you'd expect within that setting around, but they're not always like any wow factor to them, right? You know, like they could have done the circus. That would have been more spicy, right? But instead you get a mine, right? That's what's like fine to have a mine. I don't find any of the areas like particularly super boring. I mean, this one's been kind of iffy, but it is also pretty late in, so it's more, I feel like, iffy on just like repetition and level design. He's calmly spewing his fucking goop, yeah. That is not what I want. Oop, instantly. Start fucking built up. The idea, yeah. France with a bit of steampunk. It's cool, but yeah, I mean, this is the first area that really kind of tries it apart from that. And they try to do stuff like the pits and stuff like that, or they junkyard everything. But escaping from London this time. Are you saying? I don't know. Too busy playing Fate like a Chad. Dies of Russian. It'd be funny. Mostly for motivity and technique. That's cool, but I don't give a fuck. Because if you're going for a quality build, I also feel like build-wise, the soft caps are pretty much just fucking hard cap. The increment, like the amount of damage I'm getting with an S rank, like X scaling weapon from 1 point to like Dex is pretty much fucking nothing. And it's only a 30. On top of that, the capacity, just kind of, I imagine most builds are just health, capacity to like 40, and then like the rest is just kind of in your damage. I don't know if maybe the other, like there's other weapons with the hybrid that work a little different, but I think maybe a little bit more power per level. Or at least more levels to kind of wiggle around and try different weapons and shit at once could be alright. Have more freedom. Or I don't know why it's called a quality build. Demon Souls. Yeah, I remember it from Dark Souls, but I don't know what coined it. I just figured quality meant just kind of like, you'd be okay. You couldn't really like fuck up too hard if you're like new or something. It's just like, you know, you get a little bit of everything. It's clean. But I don't know if it actually was like a quality. Oh, okay, it was named quality. Okay. Makes sense. It's really nice when you knock dudes off, you get their shit. Although they added that in Elden Ring, yeah. Or just auto gives it too. I'm glad this game does it too. I want to be able to knock dudes off of shit. Environmental strategy in a game with like methodical action and spacing and stuff I think is really important. Like, you know, good level design, but also like enemies that are like receptive to that kind of shit. If he just was locked onto the ledge and he couldn't fall, that would suck. Although in Souls you can get them to fall on their own with attacks and shit, which is kind of fun. I mean, it looks goofy, but it's fun to do. They are locked on the edges here. Oh, this. Oh my god. Yeah, this is such like an actual like. This is such a JRPG finale mode. The full gauntlet, dude. Yeah, I'm a coward, I got stuff to fight. The music's still going. I thought the music was changing a bit, but I think it's just been the same. Who's this fine gentleman? This is an Elden Ring too. Like, was he just fucking? They fucking bricked his ass in and just fucking left him. I love that shit. Like they fucking turned this man in and they fucking Edgar Allan Poe his ass in here. The brick maker. Yeah. Yeah, I like that they have unique one-offs like this. I mean, they all look kind of the fucking same, but they play a little different. And in a long-ass game, I mean, that's more than you can ask usually. Oh, he had he had a guy's body. I thought he had like a cannon. This is your home now. Okay, I need to go back down. Well, I'll see what's right here. I already went this far. Jesus. This is going up. I wanted just to get a shortcut, dude. Jesus. It's gonna be like 5 minutes before I get back down there. I'm gonna end up in a fucking castle full of lava by the end of this. Okay. They just put one here. Oh, Christ, I was like, you're not gonna make me go up that every time I have. You wait for evil laughing man. Tell us about his evil plan to control. Oh, he already said he just wanted to make better humans. The classic. I will improve the humans by turning them into monsters. Music. Still. There is a cosmic element, yeah. Yo, what's up, dude? How's the Yakuza you been playing? I was gonna start that here in a bit. Maybe not today, but yeah, so the idea is I think the Ergo came from space? Either it was like a comet, I might be mixing up my stories right now. Or it was some kind of cosmic something or other. That's something they've hinted at more than like outright fully exposition dumped. But yeah, it's supposed to be a kind of from cosmic space kind of thing. It's not steeped in like cosmic space mysticism like Elden Ring is, and it's not like eldritch stuff like Bloodborne. But like it is still some kind of like outer something or other. It might just be like a comet that landed that had some kind of personality and then like the Ergo gets out or something. I don't know exactly. Maybe they answer that. Maybe they've already answered it and I kind of missed it. Maybe they're at sequel bait or expansion bait. That could be definitely an area they go for. Right now the story's kind of focused on goofy alchemists using Ergo to make better humans. So it's Resident Evil. Oh, they're doing side quests? Hey, nice. Yeah, that'll be me. As long as the side quests are good. You fall back so far with that. I'd rather not get fucked. Rather take the hit than actually fall off of this thing. Yeah. I was kind of just expecting it to be like a nice little short kind of Yakuza thing, but... And I'm sure it's still shorter than most, but... Looks like there's still some girth to it. I usually just do all the main mini games once that are new, or go through the whole storyline if they have one. All the sub stories, assuming they're not rancid, and then just the main story. So I assume I can just do that again. Cool. Yeah, good. I hope to as well. Yeah, I need to finish Sea of Stars. Well, really, I'm still in the beginning. I'm like 10 hours in. I think after this I might, depending on when we finish this tonight, I could start Pseudo Regalia, but we might just do Sea of Stars. We do Pseudo Regalia tomorrow. And start getting into Yakuza. I wanted people to get ahead of me a little bit, so I could chit chat. Oh yeah, Monday they revealed the Game Awards nominees. They're having a stream for it. I'm kind of autonomous this week when it comes to work, but I think I'm gonna just work on Monday, get some shit done. Well, I'll check and see what needs it. If nothing needs it, then I'll do it Tuesday. But I will stream the Game Awards nominees, but I'll just the picking of it on the website. I don't know if we'll watch the live stream where they announce them. I might. I don't know. It depends if I'm here. Like I said, that might be in the middle when I want to work. So yeah, I hope it's good. I liked she's what is it, 7 I guess. But as far as turn-based combat goes, it's not that great. They have a lot of room to really improve that, so I hope they do. But we'll see. Like, it did the job. I always welcome. But it's in the same vein as their action combat, where it's kind of just like okay action combat. But with action combat, it's at least over quick, and you could spice it up with a bunch of bullshit, like heat actions and stuff. And you get that in the turn-based, but it's a longer process. So I hope they just have a more exciting system. I feel like a basic turn-based system was. I don't want 2 games of that.
Oh, how long do you think it will take me to decipher it? Time me. Ecco! All done and all yours. For a layman, it would have been a tough nut to crack, even for a replica. Child's play for me, of course. I bet you could make a fortune by solving the code behind it all. But why the Grand Covenant, I wonder? Apologies, my friend. I became lost in thought.
Yeah, there's just not enough depth and control there at times. And there's just really not enough systems to like mix it up either. Where the fuck is this? Like... Oh, you need the Frozen Feast weapon for this. Where is this at, Go? Did you know? I'm not looking to figure out what generic part of town that is. Well, not generic, but they look all samey to me. The 3 disruptor dogs. particular. No. What part of town do you remember? I could just warp. You just go to the start of the fucked up city and go straight and right. Okay. Yeah, I'm excited that Infinite Wealth's in like a new setting though. I mean, so was the one before it, but like new country.
No matter what, serving welcome.
Oh, I think I remember what you're talking about. Around like the back. Yeah, I remember what you're talking about, yeah. The disruptor dogs are like on the left on like a huge landing between some buildings, and then this terrace is like high up to the right near the entrance. Ooh. Yeah, do Hollow Knight's good. And the Sword Art. I've played one Sword Art game. Fatal Bullet. It was alright. Wasn't really like good, but alright. This is the best place to start. But there's a lot of them. Mistake. Yeah, I know the place. I'm just trying to remember where this fucking start. I thought it was this. I could see it right there. But it might have been through the abandoned apartment. I thought it was through here somewhere. You like go through here and then... Is it through here? It was the apartment. Yeah, I've heard iffy things on it. I'm sure it's still a totally fine way to play them if you haven't. If you're fans of it. I've heard the quality level's not astounding. There's some graphical downgrades even. But you can't go wrong. Playing some Metal Gear. As long as it's not like just fucked, I mean, it'd still be cool. But I haven't personally played the collection, so couldn't say. Jesus, dude, These guys need to have a bigger leash range. Or less of a leash range.
Who are you? I make deals only with established clients as a rule. What? Why are you showing me that? That's too suspicious for me. I'm not interested in third-rate stalkers like you. Piss off! Who are you? What? Why? That's too suspicious for...
Am I supposed to... have a certain getup or something? Wolf? This one? This guy talking about suspicious.
Who are you? What? Why? That's too suspicious. Who are you? Oh, is it Mr. Frozen Feast? I knew only the meeting spot, not the client. I apologize for not recognizing.
Why didn't he just show him the thing?
Here's the item you wanted.
Why do you have to
I made
equip
it just like the uniform of that conceited stalker. Hope you like it. Looking forward to more discreet transactions, if you catch my meaning. Hope you like it. Looking forward to more discreet...
It's really odd that you have to actually equip. Why I have to bother with that? How bizarre. I figured you just went up and he would just pull it out and show it. Why the theatrics? Whew. I'm kind of hungry. I go grab a drink and maybe a small snack before we continue on to the boss. Just for the roll catches, I imagine. I don't know if we'll get any more capacity. I just don't think you're getting a whole lot of stats. I mean, I'll probably keep doing health from here. Or get a couple stamina, because I do run out sometimes. There's a lot we're missing. Quite a bit. It's a solid chunk. Who knows how much we have left? I mean, for all I know, we're about to walk up to the final fight, but we'll see. I feel like we still got a solid chunk left. We are like fully upgraded and finishing some character storylines. I think on side shit we're running into it all. So. Anyways, I'll be back. Take a quick break. Thank you for watching. see what we got. Haven't fought the Fox Lady. It was quite the build-up, so I imagine we're getting there. This game's finale is like 10,000 bosses in a row, so this is or isn't it, we'll see, but no point planning on these yet. See what happens. I know we have an extra fight with bonus our choices or something. Oh yeah, this thing. Enter. Is he human or puppet? This is a two-phaser. Electric shock. Oh great, one of these. You're waddling? Hell yeah. It's Romeo 2.
Oh, Simon.
Oh, or not. Who's that? More white-haired people. Is this his wife? Was this the chick from downstairs that helped us?
Your sword, Vexasian, swears to protect this tower.
Hot lady. Of course. Oh, ass. Damn, your ass is showing. Okay, we're just gonna do this the whole time. I'd really prefer us not. Okay, you can return it at least. What is that fucking language?
The arm of God will awaken soon.
Alright. I'm sure it will. $20 phases on this one. I'm sure 20 phases on the next one. Here we go, man. Yeah, the returning lightning's good. You a human? I just don't know, Jimmy. I think we're beyond the point of needing more XP, so I'm gonna leave this how it is. Hopefully we can skip straight to it though. Nice, she's clipping. Alright. Hey, don't let the boss clip through the wall for her attacks. That'd be cool. That's bullshit. Couldn't even see what she was doing. She was like inside of the wall. What do you mean it didn't affect anything? I couldn't even see when she was shooting. I already took like 2 hits from it. You're crazy. Yeah, but I can't see when she's gonna do it, and then I have to like adjust my camera to even see the shots. Jimmy, it affected. Absolutely. Cool fight though. I don't like the insta teleport, but I don't think she's actually piercing, even though she has a sword on slash. And I hope she's a human, not a carcass. I feel like she's a human. Probably should save one of these. This is not as serious. There's a lot of freebies. This really just keeps going. Good God. You think she's done, but she takes like a full second break and then just keeps smacking. I hate that fucking lingering extra hit. What the fuck was that, an ant? Good fight. Better not be phase 3.
Sir Simon, only you with the word.
That was a good fight. I like the projectile reverse. Most of the attacks didn't feel like poorly animated. There was definitely some crazy flash step shit going on, but you could start to get better at those for sure. You had a couple like pulse hits after you did like blocks that kind of sucked, because those, like, if you're doing parries, those are just gonna hit you. Because there's like, unless you just memorize the literal fucking like second timing, they don't visually have any indicator they're gonna happen. Oh yeah, what is it, just summon lightning or some shit? Does it turn you into a thick twink? That lady, she had everything going on, man. You had the, what was it called? The thigh thing going on. What was that called? The tibia? The ultimate fucking, zone or some shit. Fuck you, what the? Why would you say she's nerfed? You have more attempts or something? More health would be okay. Just keep dumping health. Oh, if you break her weapon, she insta transit. That's cool. Focused on that. Yeah, I just went psycho, aggression. Oh yeah, that would help a lot. Does something happen if you hit all of them? If you just drop instead of doing the teleport? The burning area. Okay. I like this game has different times of day and weather and shit. It's not always super noticeable, but I think it's consistent between zones. It's a nice touch. I mean, I'm, in a way, you know, you could say, oh, well, we wanted this atmosphere to always be dark, so maybe it ruins that, but I think it's good for making each area feel a little more fresh on rerun through. A little more connected too. Jesus, why is this guy up here the worst? How are these people not killed in the last one? Buddy, how do I even... Jesus Christ, dude. He's in like the worst place ever. Hey man, I'm not gonna remember every fucking little passageway, buddy.
Hey, over here.
What's up, you ugly
Nice
fuck?
to see you again. I thought if I got a second chance, I'd go to where my heart's content. I never expected to get out alive. Oh, it's overwhelming, even now. Want to take a look at what I have?
I remember most of the
I
Elden
grabbed a
Ring.
couple of things before taking
I
off.
was hoping he was mostly.
It's a new life, a new attitude,
I know.
and simple
Those areas
pleasures
just
like
stuck me,
ordinary
man.
conversation. Nice loot, yeah? If you need anything, just say the word.
Helps it's not like city passage, you know, buildings all look the same compared to like a huge swath of land or something.
I used to be a fan of the actress Patricia, not the red actress Adelina, but her sister. Patricia had an angelic voice like her sister. If she'd become famous, they would have called her the White Goddess.
Killed her, sorry.
Her career was cut short. She took poison and ruined her throat. I've only read others' memories, so I don't know the details. But the memories people had of her songs. You should have heard her voice in her prime. Something transcendent like that. It makes you feel alive. I survived, so I'm seeking out experiences like that. So, any more questions? Did I go sightseeing? You bet I did. It's the heart of Krat. The theatre, the Ferris wheel, there's so much to see. Although, most of
How is he
it
not
has
dead?
burned down now, I suppose.
Psychic powers?
The most fascinating thing, I couldn't believe it. The writing on the back of a made puppet. I read memories, but still, any way you look at it, it's the made puppet's words. Probably designed like that. What kind of puppet would write that stuff? Still, it was weird. You should see it for yourself.
Huh? Where?
Nice loot.
Well, you gonna tell me, buddy? You're gonna have me guess, you tall bastard. He said a maid. Oh, the wife puppet. Okay. That makes sense. That's cool. That's supposed to confirm, like, she did have a mind or something? Trinkets I spurnt. Oh, did he have some amulet? Thought I bought everything of value. Playing yourself, Jimmy.
Nice loot.
Oh, this little baby
Nice
crying.
loot, yeah?
He's crying. Don't criticize this game and he's crying. Shit. Better criticism. You know, I'm starting to think maybe there is no criticisms that could be better, right? Yeah, that's bad too. But she was clipping into the wall, and the camera's fucked. They both can happen. Yes, the cameras had issues with getting stuck in the wall. That was probably the chief problem. But it's not like her being in the wall when she's winding up was helping much. Not only was it just distracting, it was masking part of the fucking lightning ball. But it's hard for her to get over there. Well, not really. The thing is, there's a lot of enemies who charge in this game, and they will push you back. And then you'll be in a wall, and then that puts you in a shit camera position. It happens more than you think, for sure, but it's not too fucked. I would say this is pretty par for the course on cameras. I think you could do what Sekiro does and zoom it out a little bit sometimes, but they probably... I don't know, a lot of us probably aren't very confident in pulling that off. And I don't think there's too many enemies that are like too big, but situations like that where she's like really far away or really high up, like zoom it out and pull it down a bit instead of just deal with it. Anything else? I don't know when we're at the point of no return. Assume I'll know. I just want to keep trying to pull the nosy. He's dead, Jim.
It is with unsurpassed sorrow I must announce Lady Antonia has passed away. When she entered immortality, she was already quite frail. The hotel was the only thing keeping her alive. Should we have given her the treatment after all? It is hard to bear. I would live in abject regret for the rest. Thus I plan to erase my heart and become an ordinary puppet. This will be my last conversation with you as Polendina. Despite how it ended,
really?
I thank you. Because I know you did your best.
But it
Welcome
fucked up my
to
fucking my shit. Oh, my bad. How do I explain to him I fat fingered the fucking button, man?
At the house of Annie.
I got if you choose to do that, which is you could understand either way, like you live a little longer but in pain, or die quickly. but a no pain, like, that's a real choice, but it kind of sucks that there's just a right option that gets you stuff. Feels like a human enough choice to make between that. You know, it's like, do you leave somebody on life support or do you just fucking pull play, you know, that kind of shit, like. It's pretty much the same question. A little odd, sometimes those choices, some of the lies, feel like you just lie for the sake of lying, and not because you made a human choice. Because there's no reason as a puppet, unless they're made to, like, answer, that he would even, like, answer certain ways. If he had proper emotions. Which, I mean, I guess they have emotions. Huh? Just odd. But because it goes in your storage facility. Oh yeah, the boss one. Let me go grab that. I pressed up, but it didn't buffer it in. Unless you can't press up. Let's see. Oh no, you can't. That explains it. I thought I just hit it too soon. So did she just live the same amount of time regardless? That was supposed to be the big benefit. That she gets more time. Guess that dude upstairs didn't know what he was talking about, or they're fucking hack writers, man.
I want to give Alidoro's belongings to someone who knows their worth.
Ouroboros' eye? What the? Ooh, so that's not too interesting. That's pretty neat. Oh. That's cool. Oh, you can just throw it from really far away. It'd be really cool if you actually had like a Fable kind of building build. Not that that would be too different from what you got now, but it's at least probably a nice bit of chunky damage you could throw out, right? safely. Maybe not safe. Damn, it's already 7 a.m.
Oh, God.
It hurts so much. I want to be free.
If she bees.
Please.
What do we do? I don't know. I can't make this choice.
Hands off the X button.
I think she wants to live, but what will you do? You have to decide. You, not me. Keep her alive, perhaps against her wishes, or give her peace. It's your call.
Jimmy, why are you even here?
Thank you. I was trapped for so long.
The killer. Katie the killer. Yeah.
So much
Killer rising. I don't care about her peace.
Ergo, I will be with you to the very end.
It better be worth a lot of XP. What the? they force changed me to light hair, don't care, man. Or I'm gray hair now. Your heart is pounding. Became a treat at the goddess statue? Okay. I'll try it. Jesus, my man got old. Going full white, not gray. Yeah, I'll leave it like this. That's what they want. I think his first hairstyle is the best. Second one's alright. This one, probably the worst. Not bad though, none of them are bad. The Saintess of Mercy statue? I don't get anything on this one. Unless I did it wrong. Yep, that's fine. I mean, there was real ones before. The clap was real. Although it didn't give me anything. The prey, of course, was real. Maybe. I'm supposed to walk around with those. In the cathedral one or the little one? Let me see what it says. I'd like to try to get as many as I can. We can't get that weapon. Unless that's just for lying and not enough humanity. Those say tears. Swagger. Lame. The crocodile tears. Oh well. Surprised there's not more of those. It'd be kind of nice little hidden ways to use your gestures. Not like there's any online to use them in. Oh, Geppetto's son died from the petrification disease. Right. There's still a lot of these, man. Holy fuck. This is probably one of these is probably the one we missed. Well, the New Game Plus. Maybe they're all, most of those are New Game Plus. The last one I get. Is there that many New Game Plus? I mean, I know there's one for an alternate option. The old lady would give me one. Maybe that's the 2 I missed. Oh, New Game Plus, okay. You mean NHX hiding around or coming up? Am I even gonna get an attempt to check the painting though soon? Not that that's a huge deal. I just want the ending show to be more important. Oh, okay. For DLC's sake. Let's try the cat again. After the juicing. Music with the fucking cat, man. My god. IOD. The ultimate test of your humanity if animals like you again. It's probably pretty true, huh? Does he only get better at this if you've like listened to all the records or something? He hasn't even made a little bit of improvement. Not like with the cat. Oh yeah. Nice. We've done it. Jesus, they got a little bigger. Goofy. Cool. This thing even good? At least the wooden puppet's father was kind. Like this shit on him. You'd have to change the static on it.
Antonia is dead. It doesn't feel real. She was sick, but I would have done everything I could to help with weapons. So, you're here.
Well, cool. Glad we got it. I feel like it'd be kind of fitting to use this for like the rest of the game, but I don't know, man. This is more stylish and I like it better.
At the house of Anini.
Ah, the hotel seems truly empty now that Lady Antonia has departed. She was the closest person I had, you know?
The important
All
one.
that with my parents happened when I was just a child. These
What was
halls
that again?
are truly cavernous now without her. And her music. She was a terrific pianist before she fell ill. Now it's up to us to protect this hotel. Her home and ours. Losing someone never gets easier.
Refuse. Join me and win everything. Become the chosen one. Become my right hand man in world domination. Or it's gonna be refusing. Jipet. I thought it was still for a second.
We did do the right thing, didn't we?
Did you see the weapon I got?
Let's keep going.
I mean, who the fuck even are you? They mentioned you had a fucking memory. Holy fuck, are we gonna have a whole nother dungeon? Alright, man. This is no friendly fire. Not even close. As we hit their little canister. Grand money. You doing a full arena clear this time? Or just sub-stories and some of the mini games? I think it has the arena again, right? The moonstone. They were fucking around in this final level, man. Holy fuck. They wanted the full epic tower climb experience, man. Pretty fucking big, man. Not even too big, but I respect them going for it. Equipment. Gotcha. Keep the quartz coming, man. Thought I missed something. Oh. this painting. It's the one we saw earlier, but mirrored. Looks odd mirrored. There's a shortcut to unlock. Is it like on the ground floor? Are we coming back for it? Oh yeah? Huh. Juiced up the combat or something cool. Wanna miss any why? Oh yeah. Jinxed it. No, he hates the Coliseum. Yeah, I'm at that point where it's like eyes are hurting a bit and could use a break, but like right near the end I feel. I could save like the final fights for tomorrow. I don't have to send us back today or anything. We could follow it up with something else. What the? I want to enjoy it. I also want to be fucking all there. Depends on how hard they are. I mean, I imagine I'm gonna have to retry them for a while. I mean, yeah, if I just fucking one bang them, sure, but we'll see. Oh, really? We'll see.
At first, it was money. There was no way out of this dump other than buying your way out. Later, when his sight started failing, all we had was swallowed up by the first few treatments. He was going totally blind. But now, the fruit is useless. I swear on my life as a stalker that your father is safe. My employer promised not to harm him. Not that such a promise is worth anything to you now. But I wanted to set the record straight before, you know. Revenge is all I have left now. You might be my first real challenge. Come on. I suppose we villains never get to choose.
Or you do. That's how you became a villain. First real challenge. Jesus. She must not have been fighting much. She was born villainous. I'm sure she likes to tell herself that. Just left Geppetto in there. It's like, fuck you, dude.
It saddens me to see my precious son in a place like this. I wanted you to grow up as a good boy in a peaceful world. And yet, I think all I've taught you is blood and violence. This will be the last time I ask. I promise. Simon has gone completely mad. He's trying to become a god by using a
can't even see him behind all this
amount of
hair.
ergo. I don't know what kind of world he wants to build. Perhaps there's no stopping him. I trust you, my son, and I'm ready for any outcome. But I don't know what you think of me. Speak truthfully, for my sake.
Does this matter?
Was I a trustworthy father to you? I see. I have the courage to carry on because of you. Put an end to it all. And come back to your father's side. Remember the happy family we once were. We can become that again.
I mean, as long as he respects this guy's fucking individuality or something. He hasn't been bad to me. He's probably being tricky and he's hiding shit, but... perhaps.
Put an end to it all. Son.
Choking on fucking spit. Jesus, dude, I thought we were about to fucking walk into the end, dude. You're kidding me. There's more. maybe we should save it, man. Come on, he says. Gamer, he says. What difference does it make to you? I don't give a fuck about that. My side. Just a drop down. Oh, Jesus. Almost at the top of the east tower. Mr. Kill, look at this.
Did you feel that? It's like someone walked across my grave. I sense ergo everywhere. I mean, this place is saturated with it. Like what you'd expect from a mountain of dead puppets.
Oh shit. He's pulling an ergo. Didn't we already cover that, buddy? Nobody tell him? He stole me ergo. Still going. Fucking stamina. The Isle of Hags. And is that Krot? Please don't tell me that's Krot. Ooh, thought that was a platform. Man, don't tell me that's Krot, dude. Everybody's like, where's the Alchemist Island? I just have no idea. There's just a gigantic, like, Babylonian tower, like 5 feet away. Mario Krot. This katana's nice. Different than your average katana. More spinning. Quite good. Is this the point of no return? Essentially. The ability to read. He will become a god. The god that was torn apart. Of course. We're bringing him back. Together. So we could spend all my souls. In records. Oh yeah. Together. He can reset himself. I guess he's a changed man now, huh? He's gone. He's dead, Jim. How do you reset your heart? Isn't he just powered by Ergo? Which, the Ergo is the personality? They just come back? Didn't quite get there.
Welcome to...
You can sell the fruits. Look how they're worth a jack. Yeah. Oh well. Cradle of the gods, the very gods. Hopefully we're not there. Not that I'm not enjoying myself, but just... I am tired. We're getting there. Fucking Mr. Hyde over here. That is phase 2 arm.
This is Ergo. Is it not magnificent? Distilled immortality and a key that opens a world with no lies. A key that unlocks true evolution. Give thanks. Ergo is a gift from me, Simon Marnus, who will transgress even God.
Of course.
Bow down to
The
your
very
God,
gods.
who will be born now.
Fucking goofy bastard.
Show me everything you have, Puppet of Geppetto. If you want constant pain, I can apply. Better yet, how about death?
This guy, dude. Evolution. Oh, he said it too.
This is evolution.
Where'd he get these big rope?
As I discard this fragile body.
His whole face has changed all of a sudden.
As I grasp the power
Little goofy bad guy.
of a true god.
His little legs. I am become Hollow Man. It's music. Upon the sword. Oh. Cosmic hands. And this was right all along. The fucking big mace again. Don't need that. Tell me what he's done. That takes way too long to come out. Can't tell when he is done, dude. What the fuck, his shit's hitting me from the back? He actually keeps saying the same shit over. Dude. You just keep saying it, dude. It's like they're taking the piss. Yeah, why does he keep doing it? It's like he's the final guy, or seemingly. And they make him just like the most fucking joke guy when it comes to dialogue and lines, dude. You just keep saying it over and over.
So, it comes to this. The Blue Fairy, Sophia, decides.
Yeah, you were ugly and we were not.
Truly, I envy you. The puppet, my Sophia, keeps turning back time to save. Is it her sense of duty, or her contempt for me? Or does she truly care for you? I gave up predicting Sophia's actions long ago. But I'd like to hear your thoughts. Sophia, what have you done to her? Sophia. What have you done to her? Yes. I suppose that was her wish. Sophia was always wise beyond her years. Knowing the truth of people's minds is a curse. I would not have been able to bear it if it weren't for Sophia. Her pure heart was a tonic for my pain. That's why I wanted her. I did. But I couldn't have her in the end. So I tried to use this power to hold her.
Alright, buddy.
Even if
Wrap it
these
up.
hands never could. It's fine if I'm gone. But be warned. Watch out for Geppetto.
The arm of God. Watch out for the 13th student. Or something. Well, you'd imagine he's gonna be in a big puppet. Maybe not. We're gonna have to Give Geppetto a spanking.
Welcome to... Welcome.
Alright. Oh yeah, the boss weapon. That's what I came here for in the first. Forgot. Yep. Get back there. Let's hope Geppetto is a one-shot boss.
I want to give...
The Big Billy Club. Noblesse Oblige. I don't even care about checking this one out. I guess. Yep. Big ass club. That boss, that character was lame, and even in death, his weapon was lame. Really, the mass jobber. The massive jobber. Oh. So, when is the new stuff happening? Is this already up, or is it after? Just when I get it, like you get a choice, but normally you don't.
Now him, he really scared me. A human becoming a god? Terrifying. But a puppet becoming a human?
Yes.
Now you have my attention. Suit yourself, but sounds fun to me. I wonder, what'll happen now? I sure don't know. But I do know one thing. You're stuck with me, and I'm stuck with you, pal. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah, I like how they pretend Gemini. We've been on some journey together or something. He's such a nothing.
I knew you could do it. We have all the ingredients we need. I dreamed of this day for so long. The moment you'd come back to life. You can be human again by using that vast supply of ergo in the arm of God. I just need the final ingredient. The one that holds your memories and your lifespan. Your heart. If you give me your heart, all these trials and tribulations will be over. You have been a brilliant and a good boy. As your reward, I shall turn you into a real boy. Give me your heart, son. Give me your heart. I believed you were a good boy. But you insist on breaking my heart.
No rational person.
I suppose Carlo was mischievous. It seems you inherited his personality instead of his memories. But a father always looks after his children. Even naughty ones that must be punished, like you. In my own way, I grew to love you. After all, you're the puppet who would bring my son back to life. I'm disappointed in you. I didn't mean for this to happen. I believed you were a good boy. If you refuse, then I'll have to retrieve it myself.
Only gonna fight us hand to hand. He's gonna be a puppet.
My son.
Is this a stand? Is this...
You can become a real human. Come to me, my son. I never bound you to the grand covenant of the other puppets because of Carlo's memories within you. I knew you had gone astray. Troublesome little puppet. Freedom is not for you, but for Carlo.
Oh. The man's face came off. Why would he get more power from his head getting chopped in half?
How dare you? You're just a puppet. Nothing more.
someone doesn't give up. Who knows? This is what real freedom feels like. Carlos.
The first puppet. She somehow made it over there in time. He's fast.
Were you going to destroy Carlos' heart?
Use the punch. I want to bring the punch back. They pop inhibitors. See the Jupetsman. That's a cool fight. Yeah, it's clean. I'd rather have it be easy and a clean sword fight than some goofy shit. And hard.
I'm sorry.
Did he have petrification disease too, or was that just the price of having his puppet control? Was the idea was he was controlling it in the first phase and then he lost control in the second? Okay. How did they never see this place? It's literally even in the fog visible. Oh, really? You have to kill her to do that? Oh, we just turned in our puppet wife. Of course, dude. Convenient for her. Where did this puppet come from?
It's so good to see you.
I don't care about you at all. The rise of P. Carlo Collodi. Jason Park. Oh, Jason. Cool. Yeah, good game. Solid. Cool. cool that they nailed it pretty well on their first shot outside an MMO. Let me turn down the volume here. They made Bless the MMO, that was it, I think. Oh, crit god weapon? Okay. Is it like a blood weapon? Rakugo or some shit? Rakugo? But yeah, clean ass game. If you like Souls-likes, I mean, you owe it to yourself to play this one. It has some faults, not massive ones, and then just some things that could probably use a little extra kick in the nuts, a little extra shot in the arm. But the basics, the fundamentals, the level of variety, I just like a level that just, you know, at a good level is there for sure. Shit. I don't know why my heart was pumping like weird there. I mean, it was just a lot. It wasn't that fucking nervous or nothing, or that on edge. I might just have heartburn on top of it. Sometimes when I got bad acid and my heart's beating quick, I can just feel it more. Like, sensitive. But yeah. So yeah, overall good game. I think some of its strengths would be quality of life, animation polish, probably the depends. Weapons I think are really solid. There's a nice variety of like unique weapons that do their own little thing, and then also customizable weapons with different blades you can swap in and out, and different hilts with different movesets, and you could change the stats around, and I think that's all pretty well done. Those are probably the big strengths, but you know, good stuff that just was solid all the way through. The bosses were all pretty solid. Not all super memorable, but all fun, right? I don't think there was any except the door guy who were like real stinkers. They had a steady hand on a lot of the bosses. They didn't let them get out of hand even in the gangbang. And then most of the animation work, I think they over-rely a little bit on tracking, gap closing, and wind-ups. But for the most part, the animations are clean. They're fun to parry, fun to juke. I did kind of a mix of parrying and dodging, especially by the end I was dodging a lot more. I like perfect parrying. I find maybe in this it's a little too risky of a question sometimes, but I think this game does a good job of mixing both, right? I don't think any Souls-likes mixed parrying and dodging super well yet. I would say this one does though. There's attacks where you're like, I can parry that, so you go for it, and then there's attacks where like, I can't parry that, I'm gonna dodge it. And like you can generally kind of get a feel, especially after a few either attempts or just them doing it a few times, what you can really do. Yeah, I was gonna work my way down to some of that for sure. But yeah, I think there's a good variety of areas. I don't think they're all necessarily like stunning or super interesting. Sometimes they're just variety, and I mean that's good enough in its own right. But there's not a whole lot of like set pieces. There's no dragon flying around busting your chops or any crazy stuff happening. There's like some shaking of the screen and some crystals growing out of the ground at one point. Otherwise, everything's pretty static. There's some rolling boulders, I guess, stuff like that. Some traps here and there, but nothing really like big. So if you're looking for like a big shake-up, not so much on that front, but areas are cool. I think they pull off the kind of Francois, the French-looking steampunk thing pretty well. Turn her back up. What? I'm trying to talk over it. But yeah. So, lost my train of thought. Yeah, I don't think all of them are like looking super juicy. I think the last level is way too long also. Some levels it's hard to differentiate what's going on in them, like the arcade. Oh, that's good though. But yeah, they could be a little bit more landmarks on that front, but overall it looks nice for sure. I think it's one of those things, especially in the first run, it's really solid. So more budget and just more mastery of all that, them mixing things up and really pushing the creativity would be pretty cool. That's something I feel like Souls-likes tend to do quite a bit, and FromSoft's kind of masters at that. Yeah. You mentioned everything being a two-phaser past a certain point. Yeah, there are times where it feels like, I wouldn't call it derivative, but where the inspiration's a little too obvious. Everything being like a two-phaser, you being able to read it's a two-phaser from the first hit, you know, because they take way too much damage. I mean, I don't mind them being two-phasers and stuff. It's fun, and it's a, you know, it's, you get to see essentially like two bosses for the price of one, right? They could just make the first phase with more health and a few extra attacks, but I mean that's another thing is, I mean they are getting new attacks, they're changing the phases and they're getting new attacks there, and the level of attacks, like I said, mostly quality. There's definitely some that are not as much, and I don't think many of these really are up there with the best of them, but none of them are like bad. That's pretty much the game for me. I think it doesn't always crank it to that next level, but it's always steady good the whole way through. There's not many down moments, and that's good. That's better than most Souls-likes by far. It's better than a fair few FromSoft ones. I'd say this is easily better than DS2 and Demon Souls. I think you could make the argument it's better than like Elden Ring or something, depending on what you like. I would say maybe not, but in some ways yes. I think it's more on the level. Elden Ring does really cool things with visuals and scale and all that, and this never like wows me on that front, but just the minute to minute fighting and pairing and all that's really fun. You don't get that in Elden Ring. Yeah, so those are some good things. There's other stuff too. Some of the, I guess, critiques we'll get to here in a sec.
I have a final report on the Krot experiment.
You certainly took your
People
time,
bait.
Paracelsus. Your findings?
I think we have a new brother. A new type of humanity, so to speak.
There are many forms of eternal life.
It's intriguing and worth further observation.
Noted. And we'll have to get his arm back anyway.
I'm counting on it. Expect another report at the next meeting.
Time to collect all of the body
Paracelsus
parts.
returning. Ah, and when I return, I will find her. For sure. Another key of ours. Dorothy.
Dorothy. What are we getting, the Wizard of Oz now? Is this Little Red Riding Hood? Are we getting the full fables? Oh no, it's Wizard of Oz still. Jesus. Just hit us with that fucking sequel bait, bro. Fucking Kino. So I just hit cancel here. Do you think that's gonna be the DLC? Or? The thing is, they've set up the MacGuffin like thing now, right? I mean, it does sound cool. Because you have the Hand of God right now. So there's probably another Hand of God. There's a penis of God. There's a head of God. There's a left nipple of God. But now, see, the thing is, the Wizard of Oz has quite a bit of visual variety. I don't know how they'd pull off the Wizard of Oz in a puppet steampunk world unless this world is extremely varied. And we're going to walk 2 feet away to the yellow brick road with witches and all that shit. But that'd be cool. I would like them to just say fuck it and flex the creativity and stuff, because that'd probably be where the budget would go. Having it just be this giant world that's just full of fables, and it wasn't just about Pinocchio, would be pretty cool. So. Then we'll see how much that's in expansions and stuff. If the expansion was juicy enough, I guess I wouldn't mind playing it, but I'd probably end up want to do like the sequel. But yeah, so some of the critiques I would say are the build. You get the feeling of leveling up for sure. That's nice, right? I think it tapers off way too early. I think your points start feeling like they're not really all that useful. Like I'm getting like 2 to 3 damage a point pretty fucking early with like S rank scaling. I think the equipment system feeds into that as well. I don't mind just getting raw upgrades, but when I have to feed the majority of my build into getting capacity to use said equipment I found in the world, kind of simplifies the build process a bit too much if you're looking to have some identity there. I don't care too much on that front, but I do think it's something they could just get rid of and just have it be upgrades or something, and then let you kind of have more of a free build. Maybe swap weapons, maybe more weapons with hybrid type stuff that you could legitimately use. Other than that, it's like, you know, the stamina was never an issue. Stuff like advance, I mean, yeah, if your scaling covers it, but I don't know if it, like with the box, like maybe if there's like a magic attack you could use with the box, it'd be a nice like side thing, right? That'd be kind of cool if it's scaled off of that. But for the most part, it's the builds I feel like are pretty streamlined. I can't imagine, other than just I want to use this weapon or I want to use that weapon, that the builds are going to be really too diverse. I feel like it's just going to be health, capacity, the end, unless you're like super experienced and you just go glass cannon, but there's not much point. It falls off pretty quick. It's not like a 60 cap or something. It's like you pretty much hit a hard cap by like 30. That's really kind of not worth it. So build wise, it's a little iffy there. I like the idea of swapping equipment based on the fight, but this is still some pretty simple itemization. I'm fine with that part, I guess. I think amulets being something you have to hard upgrade to even unlock, for how kind of simple they are at times, maybe, and whatever. I wouldn't mind these being a little bigger than they are, but overall it's fine. It's little upgrades and stuff. I definitely say more the build end of things is where the equipment system kind of gets me. And the cube is really bad, stuff like that. Oh yeah, they do other unique things too. I really like the grindstone. I don't think you ever really like run out of durability in fights, unless it's like got a gimmick to purposely do it, like the sickness thing or whatever the fuck, decay. But having the special grindstone where you just get paper and you can time, that's a little bit strategy, right? Usually these games have strategy and the level, like exploration, like, you know, I'm gonna pull this guy through this hallway, I'm gonna jump on this guy, I'm gonna just tether him over here or something. But in boss fights it's usually just raw combat, but this gives you a little bit of like, okay, I'm gonna use this on this phase, or I'm gonna save it for this phase, I'm gonna use it at the beginning, I'm gonna use it at this opening, and you get a little bit of something there, having like 2 respawnable papers. Granted, you could just use consumables and use them. I didn't really use any consumables, but... So that's cool. Yeah, I like the court system too. I think that's a cool way to properly make like a build. It's mostly just upgrades. I don't think you're really going to carve out a build, but it's a satisfying kind of upgrading that you actually have some choice behind. So getting a piece of quartz and be like, oh yeah, I'm going to get like an actual like cool thing, like another heal or more damage on this, or I can start regenning like my Legion arm and stuff like that. I think that's a cool deal. I'll test it. Just let me say my spiel, man. Jesus, Lord. Jesus. I'll test it. Give me your spiel. Yeah. No one's stopping you. Spiel it up. Yeah. Yeah, those are some other good things. Some other gripes. I mentioned the that kind of shot in the arm. I don't think that's a big gripe. I think that's just kind of like a, they've got a lot of potential to kick it in the ass even more. And I hope they do. I guess I like the Legion arm mechanic too. I kind of wish there was more than just a bunch of like status spreaders. It's cool there's like, a shield that's cute, but you already kind of have blocking in the first place. So it's kind of this thing where, I mean, landmine, that's cool stuff. I kind of wish there was a bit more like weaving in with melee stuff, but I don't think it's a big problem at all. I had fun with the Falcon Eyes. It was a good way to get some free damage from range. All of your gripes with bosses are what gripes? Which ones? I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying that there are times where it's much more realistic to dodge. And I liked weaving them both in. I mean, I parried when I could, yeah. But there's some of those attack patterns that the gain of perfect guarding was hardly worth the risk. It's not like Sekiro where that's just like what you do, right? And the animations are like godly. But yeah, it was cool doing. I like the idea of breaking the weapons and stuff like that. Gang Squad and Green Man. I just don't find gang squads to be fun. I mean, it's just fundamentally, they're just, I don't care how they try to make them better. They're just not as interesting as like the lightning chick fight. They're just not as good. It's more memorable because there's a lot of these bosses I feel like visually that kind of ran together a lot. Like I said, they're all solid. They're all good for the most part, except a couple. But there's not many like Gehrmans or, the fucking orphans or the fucking painting guy in the DLC for Dark Souls 3. There's nothing like that. Like, there's nothing that ever hits that level. But like, there's no covetous demon, there's no actual gang squad, right? Like, it never hits those lows. It's always like solid. I just don't think some of them, especially the puppets at the beginning, have a lot of personality. I think when the zombie stuff starts happening, the identity of a lot of dudes is kind of lost. Gang Squad, I mean, fights with like 2 or more enemies attacking you at once as a boss. The Gang Squad is a reference to the DLC Dark Souls 2, where 3 treasure hunters attack you at once, non-stop, like humans. It's like a hovels guy and like 2 other jackasses, and it's pure cancer. It's like the worst fight in the game in terms of quality. Gang squads are like online 3v1 type of people, but because that fight exists, you can kind of apply it to like any game now. Gang squad fight. But yeah. Look, I didn't just dodge out of necessity. I liked doing it sometimes too. Yeah, it's not a good fight. There's some strategies you can use with the level design, because there's like lips and like, little fall offs and stuff, but it's pretty bad. Well, yeah, that's what I've been talking the game up about. I feel like it's kind of designed because of the how weak the spacing is in this game, to kind of need to parry sometimes. The problem is the readability on some stuff. Some attacks are just a little too aggressive about requiring that parry. A little too much tracking, a little too much sliding across the ground and gap closing. I don't think it's a big problem. I just think occasionally it's a little Looney Tunes. I think being able to space around a guy a bit more. I think if anything, the last fights did have that just fine. I didn't find the gap closing and the tracking to be that bad. I could get behind a lot of fights if I wanted to. They might have had a shield on their back or something, or there was a lot of attacks, like big red ones, where I could just kind of move out of the way a bit or try to double slide out. But there were some I was confident I could do the parry, you know, stuff like that. Nice combo attacks where I feel like I could nail parries, but then there's some flurries where like I'm just gonna run out. So I think it was nice in that it had a balance of a little bit of everything. I didn't feel like I had to do it one way or the other. Dark Souls 2 DLC is solid overall. It's no Artoria of the Abyss, but the gang squad's a side fight. So you can skip that if you want. I don't know. I think the second DLC is one of the better fights in the game, and everybody likes the guy at the bottom of the third DLC. Yeah, I would say Dark Souls 2's DLC is probably better than most of the base game. It just also happens to have the gang squad, and it has blue smelter shit like that, which nobody likes that. But those are, yeah, pretty much every one, like most of like the optional bosses, and some of those are kind of shit. But well, Alon's, he's just optional. He's good, but yeah. I mean, if you're burnt out, you're burnt out, yeah. But you can always come back. But yeah. So that was a little gripe. Yeah, I say Alon and Fume are pretty good. Yeah, Smelter Demon's pretty dog shit. You can actually set up enough fire resistance to resist like most of his damage. You can get a shield, a ring. I'd really recommend that. Smelter Demon in the DLC was supposed to be like a co-op fight, wasn't it? That's why he's like extra cancer. Which DLC had the big ice field? That was Dark Souls 3, right? That's some of the worst Dark Souls DLC right there. Just that area. Pure fucking cancer. Oh, the tower. But anyways, let me get back to talking about this. I'll keep chatting about Dark Souls 2, but I remember what I was saying. I had some other... Okay, alright. I forgot, it's been a while. Well, my apologies. Yeah, I was like, the 3 one I remember having some cool shit in it. I was like, which one had the horrible fucking unicorn bullshit? I've thought about doing a Souls marathon someday, but Elden Rings is fine compared to Dark Souls 2's. But yeah, what were my other little gripes? I think in this game it's harder to really nail a lot of it. It's a lot of like, you kind of just think about how everything affects everything else a little bit. There's not like just these moments where you're like, wow, that's really bad, except like the Guardian of the Gate or whatever. There's just stuff where like you imagine it getting a shot in the arm. You imagine like, okay, well, what if the builds were a little different here? Stuff like, I think there's not enough upgrade mats sometimes if you really wanted to swap around. There's so many cool weapons And I just don't see a point in having them be limited, really. By all means, have them tiered. Throw another extra couple tiers on. I don't care. Just to make sure nobody gets too OP too quick. But, like, why limit, like, what you can do there? It's cool there's New Game Plus stuff, but, I mean, a lot of people just done at once, so... don't think it's worth fucking around. Oh, we were mentioning builds. I think stats like stamina are useless in this, too. Not useless, but pretty useless. Which also affects itemization and stuff. Like, stamina rings, stuff like that. Stamina recovery, HP recovery continuously. Weapon durability was never a thing, really. They have stuff like increased ergo, so it's like you're always going to want to use that. So there's like the fucking one going. 4 stats, right? Nothing that crazy. Weight limit. These could be worth it to free up the rest of your build, but because the hard cap's so early, it's just kind of not even really... doesn't really matter. You might as well free up this slot. So I don't think a lot of these are strong enough, and some of the ones that are way too heavy, and also you have to get rid of boss weapons to get. So I think they could make that a little bit more fun there. But yeah, also another thing, I guess gripe wise, I wouldn't even say it's like a big problem. I just think when you compare it to some of the competition, it's not this game's strong point. Is lore, story. I think they have good voice acting. I think they have some pretty cool characters. I think the idea is good, the setting's good. On paper enough. I don't think I feel a whole lot about like wanting to discover anything about Krod, or like, you know, ooh, what is this person and who are these people in the lore, or like, you know, well, you know, this Vista, like what is this, the visual storytelling I learned about a little bit. It just kind of is like, it feels a little bit more upfront. I think, you know, even the stuff the stuff I liked the most was like you becoming more human and you making actual choices in game, and then starting to see it, like, you know, the cat likes you more, the piano stuff, you're listening to music to, like, you know, become more human, and line stuff. I think it kind of gets cheapened by the story shit where you're just like somebody else's soul inside of a puppet, essentially. It's a cute way to like hard explain it and try to put in this greater lore about like the fucking alien stuff or whatever, or God or whatever's going on. But it kind of cheapens the actual like gaining your own personal individuality thing. You're just like some dude awakening back to who he was. It's just like, all right, man, you know. Well, I think that wasn't the best. The end, I think I respect that they're trying to go with more of like an actual explainable story. It tends to lean a little too much on exposition. It gets really fucking long-winded sometimes. It's no FF13 or anything where they just won't shut the fuck up, but like, you know, they do over rely on that to explain things where, you know, maybe something like a FromSoft game would just not say anything and you just piece it together with visuals, stuff like that. I don't think they really did a whole lot of awesome work with cutscenes on that front. You're not really like learning a whole lot from anything. They're usually just kind of like goofy intros, but not that it's wrong to do like a more wordy story in this kind of thing. I don't think it's like overly wordy or anything. It's not like Code Vein where there's cutscene every 2 seconds, but I think for how simple and like villain of the week the story ended up being by the end, I would have just preferred a bit more fucking subtlety at that point. As a Pinocchio retelling, it's a cool set dressing. I think the idea of a puppets who start to gain humanity by breaking their programming, one of which is they can't lie, so he starts lying. I think that's a cool way of playing with it. Otherwise, it's just kind of, they just take the idea of puppets and they take the idea of the characters like Geppetto and stuff and kind of just twist it. If you're like a Pinocchio fucking fanboy or something, I mean, it might seem sacrilegious or something, but I think it's a cute little. I think it's a cute little set dressing. I don't think it like over relies on it or it's like all super duper important, but it's a cute way of adding some flavor. And the whole Fable thing, it seems to be a running theme they're going to be doing. They just introduced the fucking Wizard of Oz. Fucking Dorothy just fucking rolled up at the after credits after Revolver Ocelot disappeared, yeah. Mr. President Stinger. Yeah, so I would say, well, it's not like in your face like a Code Vein where everything's gonna be hyper explained and everybody's gonna have all these flashy personalities and be right there with you in all the cutscenes. It definitely leans a bit more on actual storytelling, and it tells a story that's pretty goofy. It's not overly goofy, but it's essentially just a guy wants to become God to ascend humanity. And it doesn't give it any extra style or flavor. He even has repetitive, like, bad guy lines in the middle of your fucking, like, boss fight and stuff. And he turns into, like, this hulking, evil, like, Resident Evil kind of mask, right? So that kind of stuff's a little lame, but the Geppetto stuff I kind of liked. I liked the side characters like Bingoni or whatever his name is, and they didn't say Oz. They just said Dorothy, and then they showed her slippers and somebody in them tapping outside Crot. I feel like she's gonna be DLC. But like, she might not. It might not. Who knows? There might not be any Wizard of Oz areas, but they got Dorothy in here. Which Wizard of Oz is a fucking movie, man. That's not even an old fairy tale, dude. That was that. I guess it was probably adapted from something. Huh? So what do we got here? A new brother being born. The eternal line of time. This game does have timey-wimey shit, too, so they could get ridiculous. A new brother. Is it some chosen one who has something to do with God? PP. The name of the guy, huh? You have to purchase these from this guy. It's in a suitcase. And I think it's cool. I mean, if they actually made like like real zones, I mean, Wizard of Oz has plenty of variety, man. But this setting does not feel like it would dip into like ultra fantasy like that. I think it's a cool idea. Fuck it, something different. Now, I don't expect the next game to have any kind of cute theme about becoming like human and, you know, having all of your little choices kind of subtly play into that. Maybe they'll do something cool. I expect to be a bit more front. Now we've got the Illuminati, the cult of the fucking god worshipper guys who are collecting MacGuffins. It's a pretty fucking like Looney Tunes story, man. It's it's very like Monster of the Week kind of feeling. Like they could just have like a game for each body part if they wanted to, or they could build it all up and then do something else. I mean, they already announced DLC. I just don't know if that's going to be the Wizard of Oz shit. They've also announced a sequel as well, so I hope the DLC is just like shitty little stuff. I don't feel like I missed out on a whole lot, but I don't feel like re-renting it and buying that, so. Whew. But yeah. Overall, fidelity-wise, it's a really clean-looking game, for sure. Solid enough lighting, clean texture work and model work. Going for the France kind of Italian, whatchamacallit, architecture. I respect that. There's a lot of like ornate, like, you know, molding and like fucking, you know, details and that kind of architecture, and I imagine that makes it take a lot more time than just like if they made some fucking, you know, just flat wall or something. But I mean, I think it adds a lot. So I mean, who knows? I don't know if they bought a bunch of assets. There's a lot of fucking luggage in this game just sitting around. There's definitely moments like that where we're seeing some assets popped up too much, you know. The paintings on the wall are just the same ones flipped, or they'll have like 10 of the same painting and on the same wall, and you're just like, all right. But in passing, it's totally fine. I would definitely not want to have them be in this exact same kind of city for the next game. I think they've squeezed this fruit completely dry. I think in the case of like a Dark Souls or a Sekiro or Bloodborne, you could do more games because they're just like that rich of worlds and have just that much visual variety and strength that you could just kind of make more. I think this city's, I mean, it's literally like they've gone everywhere in the city, but like I think it's done and dusted for sure. That last tower level was kind of a slog. I'm trying to think of. There's probably a bunch of things I brought up during the playthrough I'd like to talk about, but I'm just forgetting them. So if there's something you guys want to talk about on this, I mean, bring it up. Let's chat it. Disagree or agree? Oh, the music was one. I really like the records. I think the records are really nice. They sound really good. Most of them are actually like pretty good bangers. Now this place got like attacked. I don't know what the hypocrite is. I don't know. Oh hey. He's good. I like they throw out all this shit in post game and they have like whole new game plus. Yeah, these kinds of moments were the best. Like he doesn't know how to use the piano pretty much. And then like he gets more human and he just is fucking like apparently fucking Chopin over here. I'm glad he didn't start fucking saying shit. Although me and Goda were joking that it'd be funny if he said some really goofy like internet lingo or something. What do you want to talk about, Goda? You gonna tell me to go buy the fucking loot? What the fuck?
Oh, did I scare you?
What the fuck?
It's me, Hugo. This whole thing has inspired me. I'm going to try to be
Hugo.
the Aladoro of a new generation. I will also keep looking for the relic's true owner. Check in with me anytime. A great weapon calls for a great... Sorry, no, pronouncements aren't my thing. As always, prove that you're worthy.
Nameless puppets, ergo. Immunity to all attribute status elements. Jesus. It weighs a lot, but it's pretty good. But yeah, music. I think the records are all really nice. I enjoy them quite a bit. I think the rest of the music is super forgettable. Not bad, but either kind of just generic, over the top. Not quite like bombastic, like kind of like annoying or anything. But just either kind of just imitating like your generic FromSoft kind of soul sound with the, you know, the choir going. They don't try to do like the haunting vocals thing like with the Dancer of the Valley or whatever, or the Moonlit Butterfly. They keep that kind of shit in check. It's mostly just kind of big epic stuff, but not really like heroic sounding epic music. It's, like I said, it's hard to describe because it's just kind of like whatever. Didn't find that to be very strong. There's some music in some of the areas, but only near the end. Repetitive. The tower song just kind of got old. It wasn't even that good. It was fine to set the kind of tone a bit, but not for the whole level. There's a couple tension kind of... what was the word I was using earlier? Sinister sounding songs when some of the few set pieces in the game, the ground shaking and all that were happening. That was kind of nice, but that was really about it. Hats off to them to do all these records and throw in all these little extra Easter eggs and bonus weapons and cool little interactables and shit. I think that goes a long way. But, yeah, music wise. Well, I like dual wielding. What does this do? Little sad there wasn't like a proper dual wielding weapon, but I get it was all about single weapons and hilts and shit. And then your arm. Cool weapon. Seems neat. More pandemonium. Use it just once. Oh, this guy. Full power. There really one Legion plug that you can't get until New Game Plus. Yuck. Okay, so you can swap whether it's up or wide. It's a cool little strategy there. I like that. Charge and walk with it. Seems cool. I like my gun arm, but that seems fun. I like that you can kind of... in games with it's like we're spacing and like arcs of your sword and more methodical kind of pacing. Having the ability to like choose between just long vertical or wide horizontal, that's just kind of cool. I think that kind of, when you're just exploring around, that can have just a lot of value, or at least just be kind of this fun little dynamic thing that interacts with the level design in a cool way. It's kind of like why I liked using the gun arm. Because I could just approach enemies differently. Like, oh, that guy's hanging, I can shoot him. Or, you know, that guy's in a group, I could shoot them. Or, you know, this guy, I need to pick him off or something because he's low. Like that happened in the gangbang fight. The gang squad. Good song, but I don't want vocals right now. Yeah. Another solid thing. I like the Fabled Arts. Those like that have actual like abilities you use, which all the FromSoft ones do now as well. Those are just nice. I think some weren't always useful. A lot of the time it was just like, what flavor of damage do you want to do, and there wasn't much reason. And not always just cranking out the big one. This list, I mean, I use the AoE sometimes instead of the single target because there was a group. So. But sometimes it's just like, it's just two big things of damage, right? Like both cost 3. So. Sometimes it can be a little odd, but for the most part, there's unique ones for a lot of the special weapons, and they're fun to use. You might only use 1, maybe 2 a fight. And you'll probably whiff it because they take forever and the enemies are fast in this. Yeah, cool stuff for sure. Mentioned the story was kind of okay. I like the idea of the set dressing, the setting. The lore I think is too explained, and the bad guys are just too generic. It's like kind of turning into the camp zone when I think something kind of more like somber, like subtle. I kind of went with the human thing, and then like the more tragic storytelling of some of the NPCs would have fit better. But hey, man, you know, it's fun in its own right. So we talked about the music being good on the records, but underwhelming the rest of the time. Some of the little variety needing like kind of a shot in the arm, but overall it was good. Solid fundamentals and animation work. Good bosses, but not a whole lot that are super memorable. Builds being a little dry because of some of the equipment and itemization and capacity stuff. And early hard caps. But not a huge deal because you get to customize your weapons so much, and that's where most of it is. And then quartz is really cool. I like quartz because it feeds back into the exploration. Like, oh, if I explore, I'm gonna get like straight up just perks that I get all the time, and then like super perks and shit. It's not, I'm just going to find my, you know, stone +5 or something, you know, you gotta actually get something real. So. Like that. Like Grindstone. More of these games that have a respawning consumable system where I'll actually not feel like I'm just wasting everything. Because like if a boss is super hard, I can think of Bloodborne, right? You have pretty limited consumables sometimes, and you run out of blood vials and stuff pretty quick, so you end up spending a lot of your souls on them. The game's biggest fault, probably. But it's like, if you lose a lot to a certain fight, you're gonna run out of consumables, and you have to like go grind. So there's a lot of times you just want to like not mess with them if you don't feel like you really need them, because there could be situations like that. So when you put in a system like Elden Ring's Flask, I really liked that one. I think that would have been a cool thing to have in this, and then also the Grindstone is nice. Beat up the dummies with. I used some of the grenades earlier. I didn't end up using a whole lot of them. I mean, I think they do a good job of limiting their consumables too. They're not like too strong. They hard limit how many you can hold of each. Legion Charge just fills up your arm, which is cool. There's even something that autofills that you can upgrade to. Instant weapon durability, stealth, fable. But yeah, I like that. Because it means, and you can upgrade how many of these you can hold to. It means you can't just do like a Dark Souls 2 where you just keep spamming gems, or Demon Souls where you have infinite healing. But if you run out, then you have to grind a bunch, right? It's just, you know, I like the limit there. I just kind of wish some of them respawned a bit. It's kind of like Elden Ring's pot system, except the pots sucked, but chain. What's that? Does that just like instantly stagger them? Yeah. I mean, you get enough of these. Well, shit, I only have like 9 of these. I would just prefer, instead of having to spend souls on them, to just do it like Sekiro, where you just get like, well, you had ammo in Sekiro, I guess, but just make it where like I could just pick 2 or 3 of these and I could just kind of have them respawn. It'd just be a nice way to like mix up combat, and you know, it'd be cool to be like, oh, I can throw some stuff at like generic enemies. But it's like, you know, the entire game I have like 9 chains. It's like, it's hard to really want to like just throw these around when I could be getting levels, right? They seem good though. I mean, I like that there is a lot of throwables. That's a nice element to it. Just the availability and the necessity of it's kind of the problem. Yeah, I mean, it's probably a good mentality to have, but you can see where it's very easy to like to not. I mean, I didn't have many like hard stuck moments. Not really at all. It's like it's hard to really be like, oh, I really need to use this. Yeah, these all seem fun. Like, they're satisfying. Just hucking a spear, like rolling a ball, and like that's, you ask like what makes a satisfying animation or satisfying the use of something. It's not just like the damage it does or something, right? It's the animation, it's the sound effect especially. You get nice meaty sound effects in this when you're hitting dudes with big attacks. You'll get these nice flashes or blood like sprays or something. Some dudes will just explode. And then the animations themselves are pretty damn clean. Like, I really like this thing. There's a lot of these just big. You can feel like the weight, and then it's like, but it's still fast and smooth. You're spinning around. And it just feels clean. So when you end up killing a guy with that, like you're spinning around him, and then swoosh, you cut him, and he's gone. It just feels clean. It's just it's good work there for sure, especially on their first like non-MMO, assuming that is the case. I don't know if they did maybe something else. Yeah, I just think that's where a lot of action games live or die. And it's something you'll see FromSoft get right pretty hard every time. You'll see a lot that just don't feel as satisfying, kind of lag behind. I think more like subtle areas like that, or areas people don't like think super hard about. They're kind of at the top of the game, so it's cool to see animation work good here too. But yeah, what else is there to talk about? What else do you guys want to talk about it? Solid ass game for sure. I said I definitely got my little gripes and stuff. I wish there's just more moments where I was like, damn, you know, just give me the watery eyes or something, right? Like just something just really just it gets me going, right? I don't think, that kind of stuff happens in Souls games for me a lot. I'm just like, damn, this fight was just an audio, just explosion, just the visuals are just like crazy, like the Dark Souls 3 final DLC boss and shit like that. You're just like, whoa, Like I said, I think the biggest criticism that isn't damning, but is the most like all-encompassing in most areas of the game, is just like a shot in the arm, just that extra level. And I think a sequel would be totally great for that. The game is already great; it's already a good game, but I think there's a lot of potential there for the quality of life they've kind of gotten, and all the systems they've kind of pulled from different Souls likes and kind of cleaned up and fused together. I think there's some cool shit they can do. I think the story and the lore is gonna kind of be a problem with that. Something about like your Dark Souls 3 final fight is that kind of like dreamy, like odd feel, and like who it is and what's going on and all that, and the places you're in and stuff when these fights are happening. I don't know if you're gonna get that exactly here, right? If you were fighting the Dark Souls 3 final guy in like a mine, or just it's like a generic mine, it wouldn't feel the same. So there are some things that I think are against it on that front, but I want to talk about Dorothy. I'm actually excited for the idea of a Wizard of Oz thing going on with this. Ornstein and Smog in terms of difficulty or actual like two-man boss? In terms of difficulty, I didn't really have one, I would say, but apparently in the past, the King of Puppets was the filter, kind of mid-game filter, and they nerfed him pretty hard. He's like one of the first two phasers. But I wouldn't say there was only 2 fights in the game that had multiple guys in a single fight, and they were both the same people. It was the Gang Squad fights. They're not as tough to manage as Ornstein and Smog. Ornstein and Smog are aware of each other, but you really have to be very vigilant, because Ornstein will fucking bust your ass. And this, they kind of take their time getting up to, and not a big deal. Well, yeah, okay, I mean, Elden Ring has bazillions of boss fights, right? So, I mean, of course, on average, it's gonna be better, but I think Elden Ring has way higher highs than boss fights. This is more of a steady stream of quality. I think if you just took the Remembrance bosses, the whole audio-visual presentation, I would probably prefer the Elden Ring bosses, but these would be more fun to actually play against. Because Elden Ring's difficulty gets a little goofy. The most fun I had fighting in Elden Ring was probably the Bloodman. But that's because I fought him like 50 bazillion levels too low. I fought him for like 5 hours. Bussy Hunter, yeah. Man after my own heart. You liking that bussy, man? Okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a cool idea. I just hope it's not DLC. I hope it's like the actual sequel. I'd be totally down for like a full game designed around. Obviously, they're gonna mix up what the stuff looks like. This looks nothing like Pinocchio anything, right? Monstro is a fucking submarine. So they'd probably mix it up, but pushing more of those kinds of aesthetics, at least with like a twist, would be fine. Yeah, they're going all in on Lies of P. I can't blame them. They got a big hit critically, and I think this game did really well. Game Pass day one probably was a good shot in the ass, and then a lot of people were already hyped for it because of the aesthetics in the first place. Yeah, so that's Soul. That probably doesn't count Game Pass, so I'd imagine that's another big ass chunk. Yeah. Cool. It's good for them. And I mean, as most Souls-likes go, they tend to have kind of a burn over time. I feel like Lords of the Fallen might not, but this still had a few thousand people watching on Switch after all this time. Yeah, it was on Game Pass. Only reason I did start it on Game Pass, but I was having weird visual bugs with my computer. It wasn't really the game's fault. It might have exacerbated the problem, but I haven't had them again. But I rented it on PS5 and restarted. It's still on Game Pass if you want to play it. Yeah, I think the game overall took me 30 hours. 31, 32, and I was pretty much 100%. Yeah, I started it on Game Pass. I did the first 2 hours on Game Pass, and then I was just stressing out about visual bugs. I was like, is this gonna like fry my shit? But it runs really good on PC. I was using a 1080 and it looked just as good as this on PS5. I think it's got some kind of DLSS going on. You can sometimes see his like after image, but you don't really notice. A game running well in 2023, I mean that's a miracle in its own right. Motherfuckers this has been a horrible year for PC optimization. I have an Xbox One, not a Series X. If I was a rich man, maybe I'd get one just to offset some stuff, but my PC can run stuff just fine on there. But I'm usually playing indies anyways. We'll be playing Yakuza though. Put that on my hard drive. Maybe I should have put it on my SSD, but I don't want to. I just don't want to install too many games on and off on my OS SSD. I was gonna buy Black Friday like a 2 terabyte SSD and just put games on it. Mole Mailman, that was a Gameplay, not Game Pass. Game Pass has more standards than that. The fucking Mole Mailman. Delete that. I've earned that quest. What does it do? For a hidden command. But yeah, so things I'd like to see in a sequel. More varied, kind of WoW, kind of visuals and zones, more creative kind of uses of the environment. I think, another problem I had was they over-relied a little too much on trap enemies, and for a large portion of the game, there's kind of a formula to how enemy placement's gonna kind of pan out. You know, a lot of like 2-hit goons for a while. There's gonna be some that are around corners or that are gonna fall from the sky. And then there's going to be like a mini boss that stays dead. And then they do that over and over and over for a while. That gets a little goofy, especially when the levels are a bit more linear. Not like straight lines, but... so I think that's kind of an issue there. So in a sequel, I would like to see them mix up their enemy stuff a little bit. I think a little more enemy variety on the low end would be cool. They put a lot of like unique mini bosses, although a lot of them run together. There's really unique ones that do stay memorable, like the Jester and the Clown, but you have to actually fight them very differently, right? most of like the big fucking like zombie guys, they're just kind of, they don't really feel all that different from each other. So, a little bit more enemy variety, effectively would be okay, but mostly on the low end. The 1 or 2 hit guys are, there's definitely enough of them, but it'd be cool to have a little bit more. But I would say in the enemy placement, a little less reliance on traps, a little bit more environmental or kind of mid-tier guys to kind of mix things up, right? I think that'd be fine. I still think they do a solid job, but just thinking about that, kind of just pushing it to the next level kind of thing. Stuff like set pieces to kind of mix shit up, or just crazy visual work and stuff. It helps on that kind of shit. Because a lot of the time it's just like, here's one guy, and you kind of just chain them. There's not a lot of like really hairy, crazy situations, and then there's just like the mini boss room. He likes the set piece word. One thing we learned about Godo. He's an asshole. Loves set pieces. Good argument, man. Good take, dude. Thanks. I mean, you don't think that some of the zones could just use like a little surprise, a little spice, a little just something happens, something's going on. Then why make fun of me for it, bud? I'm gonna use a different term. Just for fun. Oh Lord. Yeah, it's a fun game to talk about for sure. We were talking about amulets. I think they could be a little stronger. I mean, I get they want to keep a pretty clean level of difficulty, so they don't have things be too big. They just have a lot of systems to upgrade. It makes it so it feels like maybe you don't have as much big swing kind of feeling upgrades, but that's kind of what these series are based on. This has more major upgrades than most Souls-like, not almost all of them. So I can't really complain too much. You kind of have to keep that difficulty in check. You can't have like a, oh, doubles your attack kind of move or something, something crazy, or that's kind of not too bad. But I do think maybe the amulets could be, for how much effort it takes to unlock all the slots, it could be a little better. Yeah, so we talked story. Oh yeah, just kind of what I was wanting to see in the sequel. Yeah, more wild zones, more kicking it in the ass, level design, more mid-tier kind of enemies. Weapon-wise, I don't know, just keep giving me cool weapons. I'm just gonna end up using a boss weapon. Give me the ability to swap more, easier. I don't need limited like materials. It's just kind of over that. Even Bloodborne had like 3 chunks by the end of the DLC, right? So this one, it's like you're gonna get like 2 weapons max. You could probably get a fair amount of like basic. I don't know. I don't know if like a weapon swapping system. I wouldn't want like a rock paper scissors system or anything in like the next one, but maybe being able to swap your Legion arm by default to something else, just to kind of give a bit more strategy. You already have the ammo limit, so I think that'd be alright. throwables maybe being respawnable would be kind of cute, or the cube just not being horrible. That'd be fine. Story-wise, either go all in on the cheese, or really kind of focus on the characters, or just really fucking work on that lore. I don't know. Just one of those. Just be good enough, then I'll be happy, I suppose, and be focused on. I think doing this, like, characters are cool. Sometimes, like the blue lady, not so much. But like, and then still trying to kind of have this lore, but over explaining it, and then also having the villain of the week thing. It kind of just not a mix that's perfect there. So, yeah, that would be fine. And then the bosses. Mostly the music and the visuals department. Just really crank that. I think the best visual variety on bosses was just puppets. It was a good idea, and it had a lot of flexibility for crazy puppet design. I think a lot of the time they're just humanoid, and that makes sense in world. It's funny when you get probably more creative puppet in like Nier Automata than you do in this puppet game, but for the most part, you know, stuff like the King of Puppets and all that, and, like the clowns and shit. I think it's pretty cool. The zombie guys, I would be fine with them never coming back. None of those would really stand out visually. And the humans were cool. The chick with the thong that you thought was funny. AC6 giant worm, or the Dark Souls 3 giant worm. Virgo really, I didn't want to like I've already bring up FromSoft enough. The shit's just coral, dude. But less interesting. Yeah, we need the mechanical fucking worm. But it's not like it's a problem. This game, they came out at the same time. Yeah. That's why it's like doesn't really matter to bring up. It is just coral. It's the same kind of shit. It's in Armored Core 6. Coral's just the resource in that. And it serves a very similar story purpose to this. Or at least it has very similar properties to the Ergo in this, which is the souls in this. I'd have to explain the whole story and completely spoil the whole fucking thing. Rotten to go farther than that. I won't. But yeah. I do think there's moments, this is a very minor gripe, where I could probably just not time your choices, or not autosave immediately after your choices. In a game where it's like you're making choices to become more human, just lying, which is funny because he doesn't have the Grand Covenant on him, so it didn't even make sense in that respect. Just lying, doesn't really necessarily mean you're human. I think as you go through the game, needing to like not do that as much makes more sense, and needing time to kind of like parse what the fuck that would actually mean is kind of necessary. You do kind of do that though, I guess, at the end of each quest line. There are choices that have nothing to do with lying that still give you humanity, so they thought about it, but there's a few wonky parts that don't quite work out. But to get the special ending stuff and all that crap, it's not that strict, so not a huge deal. There's just some times where it kind of breaks your immersion when you're like trying to be a human man, but then it's kind of like not really working out. Is this one minigame? New one? Boot up Signalis. No. The last year game. Have to wait till next year. We'll do pseudo regalia tomorrow when your ass gets up, probably. Maybe I'll leave you behind. I see the stars. No, I don't think I'll be able to change my sleep schedule like that. I'm not cranking her out. I got so many fucking goddamn games to play. Jesus. Jesus. Just be patient, little Jimmy. Entice me. I'm playing Lies of P and we just played fucking goddamn 80 hours of Void. Where's the fucking Void Stranger? I'll offer the goat ass lady. Sea of Stars. Spider-Man 2. Yakuza that you can't watch. There you go. I've got it coming in the mail, dude. It's gonna be the hot nominee for every fucking category. I gotta find out, dude. It's supposed to be good. Yeah. It's not like I hated the first one. I've just heard it's kind of somewhat more of the same, and I was really tired of it after Miles Morales, so we'll see. You liked it? Yeah, see, I mean, people like it overall. I might have a chip on my shoulder about it, we'll see, but I hope to have fun. I'm playing it whether you like it or not. I'm putting no. I'm not super pumped, but we will play it. And I'll give it the best shake I can. But I might end up just doing a main story. I didn't really have a lot of fun 100%ing the first game. Well, I don't even think I did. And then I just did main story. The second one. I like Venom and shit, so I'm hoping that's cool. Democracy has failed. It's over. This is a monarchy or dictatorship. Yeah, I mentioned the voice acting. I think some of it's iffy. Like, I didn't like the main chicks. But most of it's pretty good. Some of it's actually great. The Riddle Master, Mangini. I think Pulcinella was really good. Pretty clean for a Korean-made game. I don't know who they contracted, or if they just had a really good in-house multilingual guy with an ear or something, or a gal. I don't know. Just that guy, right? Not always great, but for how much dialogue there is, it's pretty solid. Right? FromSoft gets away with having really godly VA because they don't say a whole lot, and it tends to be very flavorful. So like they can really flex. I think they get a lot of theater people. Interesting enough, Armored Core 6 was mostly people that everybody knew. Like Crispin Freeman and shit like that, and DC Douglas. But it kind of made sense because it's more like a military game, so you get a bunch of like American voice actors. Thank you, God, for the full. Well, we won't be playing it tomorrow. I won't have it in the mail yet. Well, maybe we'll see. Need to finish Sea of Stars. Anyways, yeah. Gameplay wise, I'm trying to decide what would you guys want to see improved in the gameplay in the sequel for this. I mean, you could just kind of have it be like Dark Souls where it's just the same shit. Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I'll probably have fun with them. We'll see. Yeah, I think a better cube system. You could ditch the cube system for like a flask system or like a limited magic system. That'd be fine. Like I said, I think consumable, replenishing consumable throwing items would be kind of neat. And then I think having 2 arms that you could swap really quickly would be cool. That would probably be enough for me. It's a pretty clean combat system. I think the length of the game was good too. I mean, it's 30 something hours. I think almost every Souls game except Demon Souls is longer than that. But that is not a problem. There's a lot less crazy exploration. And it's 30 something hours for an action game like this is still pretty clean for how much they switch the aesthetics on you. Or the location, I guess. Good. But if you are the kind of like hard compare similar games in like raw hours, I think only Demon Souls would be shorter. Maybe not as good of a cost value. But that's alright. The New Game Plus seems pretty good, so you got that. I like the tunes. I like the records, man. They're nice. I wonder how many of these are covers. Yeah. Anywho, not overly derivative. Obviously, it's pulling a lot. I think in some areas, like the cutscenes, sometimes they pull a little too much from like Soul style, and they just do not pull it off. I think the Centipede guy is a great example. It just kind of feels a little cheesy or a little tacky or something. It just doesn't have the atmosphere for that kind of shit. And then you get stuff like the Black Bunny Brotherhood, and it's just like I feel like I'm watching a fucking Ubisoft trailer when these fuckers are walking out with their little signs, doing their cool little like, "Hey, it's me," kind of gang pose, and it's like, okay. Sometimes it's like I don't think they mean it to be like super corny, except probably the Frankenstein guy, but it just comes across kind of bad. So. But anyways, I don't remember where that started from. I just was thinking of it. But, yeah, I think cleaning up all that stuff in the next one and proving all that will be easy for them, really. Unless they really just fuck it up somehow, man. But I feel like you could feel that there's a fair bit of passion in this one, man. Regardless of the inspiration or how derivative it is, or, you know, kind of banking off of a hot genre. It feels like they did something with it, or... That's nice. Put their spin on it, but I think overall just made sure the fundamentals were really polished, and the stuff that matters, like animations, were clean. I think if the game wasn't just like fun to play, I think while everything else was solid, I don't think some of it's pushing the boundaries enough to be able to make up for bad fundamentals. So. No Mahjong? Nice. Do you have to get all the CP again, or is there no CP records type of thing? Oh, Mahjong's nice, that shit's powerful. The sword? Oh, the katana? Yeah. It was a fun weapon. Yeah, I swapped weapons pretty often in this overall, but I mean, it cost me a lot of upgrade mats. I really like this weapon because, like, I like these kinds of ideas. You don't really see that in almost any Souls game. Like, Like this weapon, I can like hold a direction, and I can like reposition myself in between attacks. That's kind of like a nuanced thing. But problem is that most enemies have such insane tracking, you can't get that much use out of it. But there were times I would do this and actually like dodge past. I like stuff like that. Or like that one weapon where the more you attack, the lighter it gets and the quicker it gets. That kind of stuff's cool. Shit like this where you get the perfect parry is nice. Backstep attacks are always good. Forward ones. Why I liked Blades of Mercy and a lot of Bloodborne weapons is it's not just you walk up and press the button and do a bunch of flashy shit, but effectively it's always the same. It just depends on which one does the most damage. Having like a methodical like action system based on spacing and all that, I feel like having stuff that has like utility, or like even in a proper action game, you know, stuff like knockups and gap closers is that's where the bread and butter of strategy and all that is. If everything was just like this, there's different flavors of that. It's just like, why would you know, why use one over the other? I played a game really recently. What was it that had that problem? Kong. That's Kong. There's no reason to use anything other than one move because there was no utility. There's nothing dynamic you had to respond to or kinds of enemies that had to be dealt with a different way. It was just which move did the most damage. There wasn't like a style, right? Like sometimes there isn't utility, but it's just style, right? It's just whatever looks cool and flows, right? But there's not the case there. This, I really like weapons like this, and I think this is where I would say the non-special weapons have a problem, is the special weapons from the ones I played just have a lot more like extra tech and like combos, like the saw blade that like combos both of its fable arts together, stuff like that, and, you know, and you can like launch it from far away. There's just like cool stuff going on there. Like this has all this repositioning and parries and like extendable combos and gap closers and dodges, and I really like the idea of customizing your weapons and the health and all that, but comparing the moveset to this, to the rapier, where it's just fucking pure poke city, I'm just like, it's not even fucking close, man. And the uniques are just so much more fun. Maybe there's some handles that have really cool movesets. I didn't test them all, but yeah, man. The business for sure. Almost done with all of them? Oh, cool. Well, I guess, yeah, you did say that earlier. Then you're gonna do main story. I'm cranking through it. I always do all the subquests within reason, so no different here. Yeah, that's kind of Bloodborne. Stuff like Dark Souls and Elden Ring is quantity over quality a lot of the time. You'll get your few standout ones, but it's mostly about build options and nuanced changes than it is like big sweeping variety. But stuff like Bloodborne, you know, there's only probably 30 something weapons, but they all have like 2 weapons in one, and you know, 6 fucking moves on each fucking, you know, version of it and stuff, and that's what makes Bloodborne really fun. There's a lot of utility and nuance to how you move and which moves you use when. So I think this game does that pretty well. I think it does a good job on that front. But yeah, some weapons are probably not as interesting. But I think there's enough choices there, even if you just did special weapons, to find something you really like. I get to play Bloodborne. Don't worry, Sonny's gonna put out a bazillion-dollar remake that changes everything, including the art style. Maybe not a bazillion-dollar, a budget remake that they'll put bazillion-dollars in marketing into. Please look forward to it. Yeah. Anyways, I finished the game, so we were just kind of talking it up. But I'm pretty tired now. I'm gonna watch a speed run for this and fall asleep. I'm pretty excited to watch some runs. I love Souls runs. Yeah, good game, great game. Liked it. If you like Souls games, play it. Unless you just really just mainly play Souls games for their world building and their very strong atmosphere and visual style. I think this looks nice, but I don't think it's as gripping in the long term. It's got a cool setting and concept, and it's got its standout moments. But you're never gonna just be like lost in the sauce and the mystery and the lore and the visual spectacle. You know, you're not going. It's not like Elden Ring where you're going down the fucking elevator forever, and then there's a fucking like underground starry fucking sky with like super castles and it just never gets there at all, not even close. But it's not like this is a bad looking game, and it's not like they pull off a cool aesthetic and idea still. But if that's what you're into, right, crazy eldritch nightmare shit like Bloodborne, you know, if that's what you're into, that's it, then that would be the only reason I'd say for a Souls-like fan to maybe think twice. But I still think this has a more interesting world than any of the knockoffs. Much better than Neo. Lords of the Fallen's world look kind of cool. Better than fucking... What was that one? Better than Ashen. It's very easy to be better than Ashen. Better than... what was that one? Infernal something? Was it Infernal? The one that had like 5 or 6 weapons and it was like less than 10 hours long. I played it, I don't remember the name. That's about how awesome it was for me. It's the one where they hand animated all of it. Yeah, better than that and stuff. Like I said, this is probably the best Souls-like that isn't from FromSoft. Pretty easily, I'd say that. I don't think there's much competition there. Maybe Neo 2 is supposed to be that good, but Neo 1 was not, so I highly fucking doubt it. I had fun with Code Vein, but it's got its fucking plenty of fair issues too. And it has some horrendous level design sometimes. So. Yeah, game. Was invested, had fun. I'm done now, but I did have fun. We'll play another. It'll be on one of the best games of the year list for me, probably. If there's anything else you guys want to talk about, it's the last call. We can chit chat about it. I'm down to keep talking about it. Top of my head, I'm sure there's stuff I missed. You know, I need to start writing notes again. Get some guidelines. Umbrella some of these concepts and then break them down a little instead of just kind of listing. But Neo 2 is fun, it's Primer 1, but I do think it gets overhyped. Yeah, that's the vibe I get, is that it's just like overrated a little bit. But like, I don't see how it could be worse than Neo 1, being it's the sequel, and there's some pretty easy like pain points to fix, but we'll see. I'll try it at some point. But I don't think I'm ever going to play Wo Long or anything. That one just completely disappeared from people's radar. I didn't get filtered or owned by the cathedral. What are you talking about? It's just not a very good level. Jesus Christ. It just has some atrocious levels here and there. I don't know why people praise it. Always great level design. Actually, the cathedral is filtered and you got owned. Oh, they're using that as ironic. Look, you've been taking a dump on me nonstop. I don't know what's fucking real and what's not anymore. Put it in quotes. You need to realign with reality. I need to go put this in the mail. Instead of being mediocre. Yeah, I don't know. I think Team Ninja's been cranking out way too many Souls-likes and derivative games. They're not completely rancid or anything, but they do feel like they're cashing in a bit. What happened? Nothing happened? Oh, it didn't pop up in the on-screen chat. Oh. Gotcha. Alright, well I need to get to the mail real quick. I didn't think about that. Not that I'm anything's in a huge rush. I gotta get this back for. But thanks for watching, folks. Actually, do I have anything I can squeeze out? Yeah. I'll put it in the mail tomorrow or the day after. I'll be fine. It's got self-return. Smile for me's coming. I guess. I'm just excited for Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, dude. 1st of December. They better not delay that shit. I'm fucking hyped. I wanted to play that bad, but it was like $40. But now I find out it's coming out physical. I'm excited. That's the Jet Set Radio game. Yeah, thanks for watching, folks. Had a great time.